Happy Monday. Welcome in. Hello, Horseman. Hello, Wolfie. Hello, Tori. How's everyone doing? 70. Holy smokes. You haven't missed a stream since you found the stream, have you? What's up, everyone? Happy Monday. I have to go back to work tomorrow. What a sad time. Alright, so we should be able to finish this tonight. Alright. What are we actually technically doing? Oh yeah, Captain Anderson's waiting for me. Oh yeah, I've got all these like other side missions to do too. Oopsies. I really wanted to scan all the spitters before I finished. Is work still stressing you out because that lady quit? Like, yes and no. Like, it's not so much stress as it is just like, I'm just annoyed that, like, what happened? That I more or less, like, have to pick up slack for shit that's, like, not my responsibility. It's just annoying, you know? It's only temporary, which is, like, I can't even, like, ask for, like, a raise because it's only temporary.
Why were you tossed out of there?
Doran didn't have a clue what I was doing. He assumed I was cheating.
But you were cheating, were you not?
I was just tipping the scales in my favor.
Yeah,
An experiment.
I did. Thanks.
Still sounds like cheating to me.
To you, maybe. But this device is merely intended to simulate situations and record results.
No, I'm not a trained payroll person, and it's just like, they're like, he's like, well, you're smart enough that you can just like figure out how to like enter all this stuff in, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, I'm smart enough to figure it out, but like, you should have just paid this girl what she deserved.
I just need a few more recorded wins and I can complete the algorithms.
Isn't that still cheating? Like, how does that?
Can you do that? Isn't that illegal?
It's
Thanks,
illegal
Tori.
to use my system, but I won't use it. I'll sell it to others. I just need a few more wins recorded.
No, I'm not gonna help you cheat. Sorry.
I think I'll take my chances the old-fashioned way.
Suit yourself. Well, I have some calculations to do. Goodbye.
Goodbye. All right, so I need to scan 7 more spitters. When it's okay to say something. I mean, I don't really like. It's like a weird thing where it's like I don't like love when people are like, oh my god, blah, 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 and like make a big deal about it. But like also like it's okay for you to be like, oh, like your makeup looks nice today. So it's like, yeah, like it's okay to say something, but I don't like people making a huge deal about it. Which nobody did. Nobody did. Nobody made a big deal about it. So you're fine. Okay, who is this? What is this exclamation point right here? Is that this dude? I don't want to help this guy though.
Ah, change your mind?
No.
I think I'll take my chances the old-fashioned way.
Everyone have a decent weekend? Yeah, it was okay. Saturday, I played Minecraft with some guys from work, which you guys know I don't love Minecraft, but that's what they wanted to play. And yeah. No, I know. I'm saying like for me, like so you know what my limit is like just don't like if it's not something you would say to like a normal like stranger on the street, you know. No, Horseman, don't apologize. Stop apologizing for shit. Everybody stop apologizing for shit. I will tell you when it's a problem. Your apologizing is a problem. Knock it off. Alright, I scanned this one. Alright, so where's all the spitters?
Hey, Commander Shepard, it's me, Conrad Werner.
Make my desk into an owl instead of a project area without having to move my keyboard? Oh, did it finally actually ship and arrive? Alright, so I need 7 more of the little spitters. Okay, this is This is the Cora's Den. Yeah, I don't need to really go to Cora's Den, but... Oh, there's an exclamation point in Cora's Den.
Interesting.
Hello? Hello? Jenna? Jenna!
Hi, I'll be with
Hi,
you.
Jenna.
I'll wait right here.
Jenna.
Why do I get the feeling you're not here to order drinks?
I sent a friend some proceeded to get sunburnt.
I need to
That
talk to
sucks.
you about your
Sunburns
work with
really
CSAC.
suck.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now,
Okay,
if you don't
Jenna.
mind, I need to get back to my customers.
Alright, Jenna.
This isn't a game, Jenna. These people are dangerous.
Now you sound like my sister. Why is everyone so concerned about me? I can take care of myself.
It showed up
I'm not
yesterday.
a stripper. I
So
don't
stupid.
get paid to stand around and look pretty.
I'm not a
She
stripper.
puts on a brave face.
Listen, Jenna. Listen, Jenna.
Other waitresses can help you.
Listen, Jenna. Tim Waltz. Why was he out and about and doing Tim Waltzy things? Guys, I got my nails did for the first time in a little while, like they used to be. All right, so I really wanted to at least like finish the spiders, but like I don't know where to go. Hello, Chillick. Oh, okay. Excuse you.
If you've got questions about Jenna, meet me at
Oh.
CSEC Academy.
Oh, Jenna.
What did you just say?
Push off. I never did nothing to you. Damn newcomers. Think they can run the place.
That was odd. What was he trying to tell us?
I guess we better go find out.
Okay, Jenna. So he said to meet me at CSEC what? What? Did he say CSEC security? I was posting on TikToks. It was only
Hey,
there
Commander Shepard, it's me, Conrad Werner. Remember
for a
me?
few minutes. Even then, only got to see a small amount of the fair. Dad doesn't walk well anymore. My mom had zero idea what she was doing. Aw. Next year going solo? Let's go.
There are rumors on the extranet that you've been made the first human Spectre. That's
A
incredible.
pork chop on a stick.
Being a Spectre
I
is a
have
big
cheesecake
responsibility.
Zangos,
I just
guys.
want to make humanity proud.
Do you know what cheesecake Zangos
Vince and
are?
I talking about Commander Shepard fighting for all of us back home. And your grace and skill have inspired a whole legion of admirers, too. Hey, could I get your picture?
Oh my god, really? No, but cheesecake, yes, please. Cheesecake Zangos are cheesecake filling in a deep fried tortilla with like brown sugar.
I don't have a problem with it, but why?
Are you
It's him.
kidding?
Conrad
Nobody
Werner.
will believe that I talked with the beautiful Commander Shepard unless I get a picture.
Gross.
Just hold up your gun. Perfect. Thanks again, Commander. I'm gonna hang this in my living room. My wife will love it.
Yeah, his wife. Okay. I need to turn the camera around. Alright. So he said to meet him at CSEC security, is that right? Sorry, do my left hand. C-Sec Academy. Okay. Okay. I have to help the hookers. Guys, we can't finish the game. I have to help the hookers. Don't forget about the hookers. I don't actually get the dress. It'd be cool though. But I have to help the hookers. A fried apple pie and carrot cake. Oh my god. That sounds so freaking good. Alright. So, we're gonna help the hookers. We're gonna scan the spitters. And then we're gonna beat this game.
Okay, Julie. Let me get this straight. Your business partner, sure. He's threatened you?
Well, no.
No. Oh.
Detective Chelik, come into my office. I want to discuss this in private.
Oh, wait, you were very mean and rude to me. So my microphone's a little far.
Spitter! Ugh.
Okay, so I think we need 6 left. I think we have 6 spitters left. Open? Why no open? I have to get 20, yeah, and it says that I have 14. Where are they? Here they are, see? 14 out of 20. So I have 6 more. But it's like on this like entire ship. So, alright, let's talk to this guy while we're here.
No offense, Commander, but what the hell were you thinking?
Excuse me?
I don't follow you.
You could have blown Jenna's cover.
We were just there to help her out.
I gathered that. It might seem cold letting her take all the risk, but we're keeping a close eye on her.
Yeah. Yeah, is it worth
Do
it?
you really need to risk her life to get the information you want?
This job isn't easy and it's usually unpleasant. I'll take help anywhere I can find it. But since you're so concerned with her safety, maybe there's a way we can help each other.
Always thinking ahead, Detective?
As part of the job. Now, are you gonna help me or not?
You don't need her.
You're a smart guy, Chelik. Figure out another way.
I do have several contingencies. She's just my option A.
So go with
Cut
B
her
or C or
loose,
D
even
or
get her
whatever.
out of Cora's den, no strings attached. But that still leaves my case unsolved. I could still use your help.
What do you need?
I'll help you, but I need some details.
I'm trying to track down an illegal arms producer. I just need some of their product. Thanks to Jenna's intel, I've learned there's a seller here on the Citadel.
Yeah, no shit.
Meet
There's
our man
everything on the
named
Citadel.
Jax. Pick up the mods and bring them back here. That'll give me everything I need.
Sure.
Where can I find this Jax?
Jax is down in the lower level of the markets. I'll send word through our channels that you're the buyer. Good luck, Commander.
Good luck, Commander. Oh, he just gave me 16K. Money. Okay, so he said the bottom floor of the market. So, I guess we can go back to the little, it's not fast travel, but the tube. The tube. My ear itches. So, Horseman asked yesterday if I was planning on playing a scary game for Halloween. And I have normally done that in the past, but I don't really know what's another, like, one and done, but also won't make me, like, completely piss my pants. Spitters. Requisition office, CSEC offices, traffic control. Piss? Wait, why go piss? Oh, no. No, want to piss myself. No. No piss.
Coming up in a report later
No
today,
piss.
Emily Wong investigates corruption on the Citadel.
Because I was watching
and uncovers a full-blown crime syndicate.
that it's not, I don't know, because it's go piss girl, so like, I don't know. I mean, I can, and I say this every time, but it always is while I'm streaming. I can make piss like an alternate version of the command, but I just never remember to do it off stream. Anyways, I was watching somebody play Alien Isolation today. Oh, a spitter. And I was just like, holy shit, this is terrifying.
Hey,
So
I
is his
know
face.
You're Shepard, right? I was on Mindwar during the Blitz. Saw you on the vids when you got your medal. You saved the whole colony.
Looks like you have a fan.
I'm sorry, I just never thought I'd meet someone like you in person.
I like how they all have the like
my name's
mid-2000s,
Lang,
like,
Officer Eddie Lang,
you know,
Citadel
when the
Security.
guys, like, they would push
It's
it
an honor to
forward
meet
and
you,
then they would
Commander.
push the front up.
What are you doing down here in the wards? Anything I can help you with?
I streamed it. It's tense. That's what, but I couldn't finish that in one sitting, right? Right?
Why'd you join Citadel
Like,
Security?
Kate's on like
I don't know.
6
Seemed
or
like
so
the right thing to
streams
do,
of
you
it.
know? Maybe it's in my blood. My grandfather was a cop back on Earth. It's kind of what CSEC is. Police for the Citadel.
I mean, I have
Still
Little
pretty
Nightmares
new at it,
2,
but I like it so far.
but-
Way more interesting than staying back on Earth.
because I did play
You
Little
get to meet all
Nightmares
kinds
1
of
a few
cool
years ago.
aliens, like those Hanar. Wild. Plus, CSEC gets a lot of respect here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We uphold the law. People, even aliens, appreciate that.
I have to go.
Right. You're probably real busy. Well, see you around, Commander.
See you around, Commander. See you around. Oh, this is here. The surf wave? I don't remember what the actual name, like the actual technical name is. Alright, I think I got everything in here already. There's no spitters in here. I really want to find all— oh, spitter! I already scanned him. I really want to find them all. 18? Holy shit. I mean, like, right after Halloween is my birthday, and I usually do a streamathon for that. So that could be a end of the week reward, maybe. I don't know if I even want to. I've seen so much of that played that I'm not sure if I want to play that.
I'm telling you, this is not what Jake would want.
I don't know. Maybe something new will come out. I also have the other—
Person making sense right now.
for you remember that Voldemort and I played 2 of the Dark Pictures anthology games. I do have the 3rd one of those as well that I could play, but it wouldn't be co-op. Spitter.
Please do not disturb
18 and a half hours. That, I guess, makes sense. 34 hours if you're going for 100%. Also, how would you guys feel about— how did I not scan this? I need to scan him. What was I saying? Oh yeah, how would you feel about, like, achievement hunting streams? Like, I'm not much of an achievement hunter, but I have some games that are really, really close. A new game by those same people, but is it a Dark Pictures? Because they also made The Quarry and Until Dawn, which I played Until Dawn, but I played it a long time ago that I bet you if I played it again, I wouldn't remember much of it. Until Dawn was my first Halloween game. I don't know. I just feel like I need to mix things up and do something different lately. It's burnout, but it's like self-imposed burnout, if that makes sense. But this, yeah. It's like the choices matter type game, yeah. Until Dawn was like that too. I strangely enjoyed Until Dawn. For as scary as it was.
This place is fantastic.
Spitter. Okay. Hello, Elcor diplomat.
Delighted welcome. It is good to meet you.
Delighted welcome. I don't know. I have like a month. I have all of this month and almost all of next month to figure it out. But yeah, I would like to do it in like one go. I don't know, like a good like 6 hours or so, because if what day of the week is Halloween? Because if Halloween's on a weekend, I can stream longer. But if it's on a weekday, you know, obviously I'd have to work. So I wouldn't be able to stream till like 6, give or take. I'm just talking. Just talking out of my ass right now, looking for spitters. Casing of Frank Stone is a name, and yeah, it comes out tomorrow. Interesting. Yeah, no, I've never heard of it.
Pleased greeting.
It's on a Thursday? Oh, so it's not even a stream day.
I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this day?
Why does he have
modestly? I work to
a
bring the
quest
problems and
marker.
the requests of the Elcor groups
Hi,
to the
Franklin.
attention of the council.
Ha! They only give us these positions to keep us quiet.
Supermassive also did Little
about our
Nightmares.
races.
Wait, who's
That doesn't
Supermassive?
rebuke.
Is that who does Dark
Your tone is
Pictures?
inappropriate, Dan. This human is not to blame for your malcontent or your
Because I played Little Nightmares 1 and I own Little Nightmares 2, but I have not played it yet.
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements.
That's who made Until Dawn, I think? Yeah? No, I guess I didn't realize that's who made them.
Convey the feelings of our conversation.
I have it. I literally have it on PS4, like right in the other room right there.
Why do you bother, Kalen?
One of my
These
favorites,
Earth Clan don't really
one of my
care
favorite
about our
clips
ways.
is me playing that game, and I scream bloody murder because something jumps out in front of me.
If you do, I am very sorry for you.
Tell me more about your species.
These guys are
Genuine
so funny.
enthusiasm. I delight
Hi,
in telling
Rachel.
the history of my people.
They didn't do Little Nightmares, but apparently they
It is
did the
agreeable to
enhanced
share
version
our
of Little
culture with
Nightmares
others.
2. Interesting.
Tell me about the history and origins of the
What's
Elcor.
what's the difference? That's so
The
funny.
Elcor were just beginning to explore Council space when the Asari first made contact with us. With their help, we discovered the relay closest to our system, and from there the Citadel.
Hi, Nurgle. How are ya?
In one lifetime, we established a regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living
Tired?
on this great station.
I get that.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell.
Goodbye, Ambassador. Oh, is it you?
Strange greeting, human. This is
I can help
really
you.
not a good time.
I know who revealed your secret. It was a
Oh.
Taurian named Septimus.
Unbelieving, I know this Septimus, and he could not learn my secrets.
If you like that game, you could do something like No One Can Die.
Is from
Ooh.
the Asari consort.
I did pretty
Actually,
well
we
when
have
I
proof.
played Until
Look at
Dawn.
this.
I only lost 2 people out of 8.
This is
So I had
difficult
6
to fathom.
survivors.
If the Turian could learn this on his own, dismayed,
Another Dark Pictures anthology coming out.
anyone can discover my secret.
There's a
Septimus is a
if they're in a
powerful
newer
man,
well,
and it wasn't easy
I
for
don't
him to find.
the problem
Really?
is I don't look for horror games
Suppose
because
you
I
are
don't play
correct,
them.
human.
So
Thank you
like
for
you
this
guys have to tell
information.
me like what interests you as a viewer.
I must speak with the consort.
Watching extroverts play League, watching anybody play League is kind of exhausting.
Anxious request. Please, human, if you will excuse me, I must go now.
People started doing the sarc. Oh my god, I was like, oh, like the Elcor. That's so funny.
I'm sure she'll forgive you. It was Nana's mistake.
Doubtful. Perhaps you are right, human. I can only hope
His footsteps.
Thankful. That was a great thing you did, Commander. Approving. You see, Din, not all humans are as you say.
That's so funny. The way they speak is so good. I love it. Spitter? How many spitters? 2? Do I have 2 left? Do I have 2 left? Guys, do I have 2? Oh, I have 3. Damn. Casting a frag stone is set in the DVD universe? That almost makes me less interested. But I mean, like, if it's good and it looks good, then like whatever, but you're also playing at the same time? I've never played League ever. Never ever. I don't think I'd even enjoy it, honestly. I just don't think it's a thing for me. For me? For me? Alright, I have 3 more spitters to scan, and I'm not sure where to look. Alright, let's just go one at a time through all of the destinations. The Presidium. Let's start in the financial district. I'm never gonna finish this tonight if I'm spending all this time looking. Oh, I'm in the financial district. Oh, I'm a dumb head.
You to tell me what my husband would want.
I'm the only person making sense right now. You're endangering your baby.
Who are you?
I don't care what you think, Michael. It's my decision.
Who are
I know
you?
you're hurting, Rebecca, but don't let your grief hurt your baby too.
Can I help with anything?
Perhaps you can talk some sense into
This
her.
is none
I don't
of
need
my
anyone to
business.
talk sense into me, Michael. I'm not undergoing the treatments.
My sister-in-law here is pregnant, and she's refused to let the baby undergo gene therapy in utero.
Ooh, his hair is rough. Why?
I'm certain that she has a good reason. I'd like to hear both sides.
My husband Jacob died from a rare heart condition several months ago.
There's a chance that the baby could develop the same heart condition, but routine gene therapy can eliminate it.
A very small chance, Michael. And extranet reports say that therapy could harm the child.
The interest.
It's less dangerous than the genetic enhancements that every soldier in the Alliance receives.
Oh, I don't want to get involved.
It's Rebecca's child, Michael. I think you should honor her decision.
Damn it, she's not choosing. She's acting blindly out of grief.
It's still her choice, though.
I know you want the best for your brother's child, but this is not
I want to get
your decision.
involved in, like,
Of
fucking...
course it is.
This
I'm
is like
closest
the,
thing to a father this baby is going to have.
What is the word I'm trying to think of? Vaccines. Thank you.
Then support the baby's mother. Stand with her when
Thank
she
you
makes
being
the tough
myself, my own
decisions.
brain.
This baby is the only thing my brother... It's all I have left of him. I need to know that the baby's safe.
It's all I have left too, Michael.
I just want Jacob's child to be safe. I want to give him that much.
We will. I promise. Thank you for talking with us. I appreciate it.
I did nothing, but... I hope that hair is not a genetic condition. Oof, but also same. Oof, but you right. Alright, does someone want to do me a favor? Does someone want to backseat me to these spitters? The only backseating I'll allow, because I really want to get the last 3 of these, just because I feel like this is the absolute dumbest quest in this game. And I think it's very funny. We scan the spidders. Alright.
In breaking news, Chairman Burns of the Parliament Subcommittee on Transhuman Studies has been
my
kidnapped by
quesadilla.
biotic extremists. The biotics commandeered a freighter and were last seen in the Hades Gamma Cluster. No demands have yet been
My
made.
quesadilla. For the life of me, where they all are. I have 17. Like, I have to get the last 3. Like, if I had like, if I was like getting close to the end of the game, and I had like 12 or something, I'd be like, whatever. Like, oh well, it didn't happen this time. I have 17. Let me just take a bite of my quesadilla. Okay. Mm.
Hey, you're that shepherd kid.
I was already over here.
Hey.
Oh, his
been
hair's
a
pretty
long
rough too.
time, huh?
I'm sorry, do we know each other?
Does the hair get better in the other
I guess
games?
you don't remember me. Lieutenant Zabaleta? I worked with your mother. We served on the carrier Einstein. Well, that was 12, 13 years back, though. You were just a kid then.
The
I didn't see her
Einstein,
much
you
that
say.
tour. The ship was on patrol most of the time.
Hey, call your mom up and ask. She'd remember old Zabaleta. She'd vouch for me.
Isn't she dead?
I need a favor. I'm kind of short on money these days. I hate hitting you up for money, but a man's gotta
No.
eat, right? So, could you spare something? Maybe 20 credits.
You know the ones you're missing? No. That's the worst part, is like, I've just been finding them like as I've been playing.
$20 isn't enough to get you back on your feet, is it?
No. I'll just get a meal. You know.
You're drunk, aren't ya?
Sorry, I
Oh,
don't
shit.
have that much right now.
I didn't mean to do that one.
Yeah, that's okay. I get it.
I actually meant to
You
call
ever
him a
wanna
drunk.
come by and talk? I'll be
Mm-hmm.
here. Huh? Can't afford it.
I have a link of a map. Sure. Okay. Scan 20 of the 21 keepers. Okay. So there are 4 in the tower. Sorry, I can't see chat right now when I have this window open. Give me just a second. Okay. Okay. So there's only 1 extra. Where are we now? I'm in the Flux and Wards access. So there's 1 in this little guy right here. Oh, I can't zoom out anymore. And there's 1 in here. Okay. Get rid of this stuff. Alright, so there was 1 in here. Get out. Stop. In here. Ah, look. Bitter. Okay, so now we only have 2. It's gonna be impossible. That's not true. It's impossible. And that stop. And then all the way here.
In remembrance of Eden Prime, we present
How do
another
I get back over there?
profile in courage with serviceman Nirali Bhatia.
Nirali
A devoted
Bhatia.
wife and talented chef, serviceman Bhatia joined the Alliance military under the Deferred Education Plan. After finishing her service, Bhatia planned to open a restaurant.
This is
Instead, she gave her
crazy.
life protecting the colonists of Eden Prime. For more profiles in courage or to explore opportunities in the military, please visit the Alliance military on the extranet. Keyword courage.
Oh, press spacebar to skip. That would have been cool to see that ahead of time. All right, am I now? Okay, the upper wards. So there's one right here. Yeah, that one. I got that one. Okay. Okay. And then if I go this way and this way and this way? Yes. Okay.
No blood for aliens.
There's one here. I don't know how long I should spend on this before I should start, like, just doing the end of the game. And I'm pretty sure I've done this one already. Yeah, he's over there. Okay. And then there's one over in the corner by the med clinic, which I'm almost pretty sure I've gotten that one too. Yeah, I've already gotten this one too. I'm right here, right in this corner. Yep. Okay. Let's go to Citadel Tower. There's 4 in the Citadel Tower. Okay, so there's one right in front of where I am. No. Oh, yeah. There's one over here.
Commander Shepard, could I have another word with you?
In a minute, I'm looking for spidders. I don't see a spidder over here. Oh, other side.
Commander Shepard, could I have another word with you?
In a minute. In a minute.
No, I'm waiting to speak with one of the counselor's assistants.
Okay, I've got this one too. Yeah, okay. What are you wanting from me?
Commander, any luck finding my recon group?
No.
I'll find them, Admiral.
I appreciate that, Commander. I was running out of options. I'm gonna stay here and see if I can find anything out through official channels. Won't hold my breath, though. I'll upload the info on where my team was last seen to your ship.
Oh, okay. I was like, who am I looking for? Cool. Thanks. Okay. Now. This way? Spidder. God, why can't I read this map? I feel like I've gotten this one too, but we'll see. Bid there. Yep. Okay. Now.
Commander Shepard, could I have
Oh my god, relax, lady. You're very annoying. Oh, oh, oh! Spit there. Oh my god, we need one more. One more. Where are you? Okay. The docking bay? To Presidium. So the docking bay has one, and I'm not sure I've been to the docking bay, so... One more! One more! Wards? I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Citadel Tower. Oh, there's one behind the Emporium. Consort Chambers. CSEC Academy. Proceed down the stairs to reach the wards. But I don't need to do that. So, like, relax. Alright, where's this? The Presidium. Okay, so there's one right behind us. Yep. Okay, we got that one for sure. And then... there's this one, but she, like, yells at us when we go to touch it. And she's like, please leave them alone. Please leave them alone. So I think I can't scan that one. And then there's the guy that's behind the Emporium, it says. Let's try that. Am I going the right way? No, let's... Ooh, there's one in the Embassy Lounge. Yeah, there's two in the Embassy Lounge. Okay, let's try. It sounds just like her. Please don't touch. Please don't touch. Please don't touch. Alright, how do I get in here? Is it below? Ow! My foot's asleep and then I just slammed it. Is that where you go in? Hello. Embassy receptionist. Receptionist. All right. Okay, so there's there's one in here. There's one extra. Is what the thing is. See, so there's one here. Right? And then okay, so that's HQ. The one the computer lady doesn't count. Well, that's what I was saying is there's 21 keepers total that you can scan. And you only need 20 for the thing. Ah! I did it! I did the spitters! Okay, now we can finish the game. Now we can finish the game.
Commander Shepard, I am Nasana Dantius. I see you got my message.
I don't know who you are, but I guess I got your message.
It sounded like you needed some help.
I do. My sister Dahlia is a crewman on the cargo vessel operating out beyond the fringes of the Traverse. Her ship was attacked by privateers. There were no reported survivors.
They were not in the same room, and that's why.
I'm sorry.
Because I don't think I had ever gone outside that.
This is where it gets
door.
complicated. Last week, I received a message with her voice on it. Dahlia is alive.
You're good.
The rest of the crew was killed, but she was taken prisoner. The slavers demanded a huge ransom from me in exchange for returning her unharmed.
Why didn't the raiders kill Dahlia along with everyone else?
My sister probably told them who she was.
Oh,
My
great.
family's very wealthy, Shepard. They must have realized she was worth more to them alive.
You should pay then.
Coming up with the ransom seems like the best way to ensure
You
my
should probably
safety.
pay them.
intake immediately.
Hi, DJ.
I did what they wanted. Transferred the funds to the account they specified. Only they never released her. They haven't contacted me since. I've made a terrible mistake, Shepard. I'm a diplomatic emissary. By law, I'm required to report any attempted extortion to CSEC immediately. But I was afraid for Dahlia, so I just paid the ransom. Now she's still missing. And if anyone finds out what I did, I could end up in jail.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to find her and bring her back?
You only need to bring her back. I've already found her for you. I tracked the ransom payment through several accounts. Eventually, it led to a small mercenary band operating out of the Artemis Tau cluster. I need you to go to the Merc base, take them out, and bring my sister back. You shall be well rewarded.
So, question. Were these all quests that I missed the first time I was at the Citadel? Because this is the end of the game. And I, like, kind of don't want to do all these side quests. I kind of just want to go fight Saren. Hi, Ikabar. The answer is yes. That's
Keep
so
your
funny.
reward. I'll bring your sister back. I promise.
Well, to be fair,
thank you, Shepard.
I don't think I found
knew
this
you were
room
the
the
right
last
woman
time
for
I was
the
on the
job.
Citadel.
Come back and see me when the job is done.
Well, that kind of sucks for this lady because I'm not going back to Artemis Tau. I'm not going back. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Ikabar, how you doing? Welcome in. Some side quests are only available after certain events in the game. Okay, so like, real talk, totally honest. I kind of sped through this one. And I kind of sped through this one on purpose. Because everybody told me that it gets better. That like 2 and 3 get better. And this is just like, it's very aged. Is the nice way to say it. So I kind of really went quickly through this. So, yeah. 1 is great, 2 is good. 3 is amazing. So you think 1 is better than 2? Because I've heard that it just gets better. All right. So he's in... Okay. Was he in Cora's den or is he in the other... I actually don't remember. In the wards at Flux. Okay. So I actually have to go back. That very slow burn. I know. I almost didn't. I really was like, I don't know if I can make it through this. Since the PvP is no longer available? Oh, I wouldn't have PvP'd anyway. I wouldn't have P'd anyway. What is Shell's one again? Oh yeah, he's a gambler. That's right, I'm not helping him. Nope. Alright guys, let's go. Saren the Karen, let's go.
Off this station, Commander.
Let's do it.
Let's do
I'll
it.
take care of the lockdown. You get down to the Normandy and tell Joker to stand by.
Okay. Okay. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Are you allowed to be here? Yes. Have you studied? How do I... Yeah, but, I don't remember how to get back to my ship, is what the problem is. Hold on. Hold on a second. Alright, this is... Stop doing that! Okay, that's the nightclub. That goes to the access corridor to President. Alright, so I don't actually remember where. Stadiums? Financial district, maybe? I need to get back to that. As long as you're multitasking. Right, bank, emporium, consort chambers. Oh, can I finish that? Oh yeah, I can finish the Sha'ira thing real quick. Because I actually did do that. But she's not gonna give me her dress. She's not gonna give me her dress. Little bitch.
It was a long time ago, though. I barely remember.
Hello, bish. Hello, bish. Give me your dress. Hello.
Commander, I recently received a lovely note from Septimus. Thank you for speaking with him.
You're welcome.
Even the Alcor diplomat has withdrawn his campaign against me.
You're welcome.
It was my honor to aid you.
Give
You're
dress.
too kind, Commander, but I would not expect you to help me out of the kindness of your heart. I also have one more thing to give you, if you're interested.
Dress?
I'd be honored.
I offer a gift of words.
No,
an
dress.
affirmation of who you
Gift
are
of dress.
and who you will become. I see you. Your uniform fits as though you were born wearing it. You are a soldier through and through, proud, solitary, alone, but it gives you strength.
You got this,
It is
Rachel.
that strength that people are drawn to. It is why you lead and others follow without question. You will need that leadership in the battles to come. This may be who you are, but it is not who you will become. It only forms the basis for your future greatness. Remember these words when doubt descends, Commander.
You have quite a gift, Sha'ira.
Thank you.
Mm.
Not everyone appreciates it as you do. Never underestimate the power of words.
Never
Here, Commander,
underestimate the power
in
of
light
giving me your
efforts
pretty
with the
dress.
Alcor ambassador, I would like you to have this small trinket.
Dress?
What is it?
A small mystery. I have never learned its use or purpose, but I sense it is time for me to pass it on. And now I must ask you to leave. I have done everything I can for you.
Dress?
Remember
Bitch.
my words, Commander Shepard. They will give you strength.
Dress?
So long, Commander. I can offer you nothing
I don't
more
want your
this time.
dumb trinket. Poop Shepherd, you've saved the world. Please take my dress. I want the hooker dress. Hi, driver. You can have mine. Look, isn't it so pretty though? I want this hooker dress and they won't give it to me. These hookers. The hookers. Okay. Now. How do I leave? The final countdown. Why do you do this to me? Alright, Emporium. CSEC. Okay, what's this? 2 wards. Rapid transit. To Citadel Tower. To rapid stop! Bank. So funny thing, chat. I don't know how to get back. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. I have to work there? No, I saved them. They don't need to be bitches about it. Slugma. I did. I just ate. I just ate on stream. I had my quesadilla. And I had pizza for lunch. Emily Wang. Where does this go? Listen. 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 I don't know where to go. Wards. Horror's Den. Med Clinic. Flux. Let's try markets. Listen! Linda! Listen! You've arrived at the markets in the wards. Okay. Upper Market. Alleyway. Med Clinic. CSEC Academy. Rapid Transit. Flux. Lower Market. Lower wards. Why you no eat no vegetables? I do eat vegetables. I just happened to have pizza for lunch and something else today. Why are you being so mean?
Hold it. That's close enough, Army. You got my payment?
Yes?
Do you have the mods?
Show her the goods.
That looks right.
Damn straight it is. These mods are the best on the market. Now hand over my credits.
I'm taking you in, Jax.
You're under arrest.
Bastard set us up. The hell are you playing at?
Just kidding. Just kidding. No, you heard
Sorry,
me.
Jax. This is the end for you.
Stupid Army bitch. Kill her.
Did you call me a stupid army bitch? Oh, honey. Oh, honey, honey, honey. Come here. Overload. Overload. Scabotage. Stop moving. Bitch. Where are you shooting? Oh, here. Bitch. Bitch. Anyways.
That's the last.
Sorry for making a mess of your humble establishment, sir. Tomatoes are fruit. Starts explanation of eating veggies. Ad starts convenient. Very convenient. Exactly. See? You'll never know. Cora's. I don't need to go to Cora's Den. I need to leave. I'll never leave. Pinxel remains a mystery. Yep. Building a mystery. Oh, you know what also is a mystery? How I get off this ship. That's also a mystery. Yes, I do want help to leave. Please. Please help. I'm trapped. Docks? But where? I didn't see docks. See, that's where, like, I don't know, like, which... Alright, let's try the Presidium.
With all this exploration of Prothean culture, this must be like a survey for you, Liara.
Big elevator that goes down there. But is it in the Presidium? Alright, now we're here. Let's try this. Let's see. Flux and wards access. Flux casino. Flux this. The Flux this. Alright, let's try to go to Presidium. Alright, that's that drunk guy.
So how are you liking your posting at the
They made this too confusing. I know.
Can't believe how many people you get coming in.
But I don't know all the locations that are in all the other sub-locations. Like, I don't know everything. Yeah, see, docking bays. But, like, where do you connect to the docking bay?
Not all have the desire to learn to use their
Lower
abilities
wards. Flux and wards access. Citadel Tower.
I wonder if all
Consort
Citadel races will
chambers.
eventually be natural biotics.
Is it in Citadel Security? Does that go down to the docks? Is it Citadel Security that goes down to the docks? I'm trying to like look at like a map on Google, but it's not really that clear. Citadel Secure. I think it's through Citadel Security. Citadel Tower. Citadel Tower. Consort Chambers. Alright, so what if I go to the tower? Can I go to the tower and then into security? Yes, in CSEC. Apparently there's a big elevator there. Okay. What? Why? Why? The rewards. Alright. Let's try. Okay. Yep, I bet you this is literally the one. To Docking Bay. Yep.
Tali,
See, I just couldn't remember which subsection it was in.
More anger against your people?
Thank you,
The
Rachel.
Geth killed billions and forced us from our homeworld.
Going down,
Most
down
Quarians
in
believe
an
we have
earlier
paid
round.
properly for our mistake.
Sugarwood going down,
I hope
swinging.
the other races view matters in the same light.
Yeah, you don't go to the Citadel enough. Yeah. Hello? Can I leave, please? Can I leave, please? No. Yes, I got this. Okay. Sarah and the Karen is going down.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
Decontamination in progress. Oh, this guy's probably gonna die.
Anderson, what are you doing here? I didn't send.
Oh. Hacking in. On the not even existent keyboard. Oh, excuse me. Boypy.
Let's go. Get us out of here, Joker. Now.
Now. Come on, Seth. I like we just back up. Like, yeah, this is fine. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, how the Turian got shot at the beginning. Yeah. He has probably gotten up to pee. His voice just sounds so funny for no reason. Okay, Joker.
Oh, damn it. No sign of pursuit? I was hoping the council would send some ships after. I was looking forward to putting the Normandy through her paces. Figured I'd get to
Like
see
he's a
what
long
you
lost
really
lover.
do.
Saren.
Saren's still out there. Maybe we'll get a chance to play hide and seek with Sovereign.
You know, it doesn't seem like much fun when you say it, Commander. So you need something?
How's the Normandy?
Hi,
performing?
Dave.
Is she everything
You thought
I
they were
said
saying
she'd be?
Siren? No,
She's
it's
the best
actually
ship in the
Karen.
fleet. If you've got a pilot who knows how to handle her. Balance isn't what you'd expect. Takes a while to get used
You've
to that
created
oversized
fake
drive
lore.
before we got
That's
stuffed in the back,
actually
but power
funny.
can sneak up on you if you're not careful. The Normandy's probably too much ship for your average Alliance pilot, Commander. Lucky for you, I'm anything but average.
Okay, I'm not like the other girls. I'm not like the other girls. Pick me, right. Alright, have Have I landed where I need to be going?
Message coming in.
No.
Patching it through.
Can I hang up on them again?
Miss Al-Jilani's story on you just aired. I don't blame you for walking out on her.
Oh. That's right. That's right. I ended the interview with that lady. That's right.
Sir, she was gonna make me look bad no matter what I said.
You're probably right. I guess it could have gone a lot worse. Just wanted to let you know what the response was back home. I won't keep you any longer. Fifth Fleet out.
Just imagine how good of a barley beef his legs worked. I shouldn't have said that. This bitch. This bitch. Alright. Citadel. Where the fuck do I go? Off to solve the mystery of work clothes. We'll keep the veggies on standby for your return. Elos. How? Can you actually go to all these other places? What-a-doop. I love that, how just she yeets you. What was that? Age Totoan. Safe. Elos. Alright, guys. This looks like something out of Destiny. Holy smokes.
Commander?
Okay.
You probably shouldn't call me that. I probably shouldn't even be wearing this uniform.
Yeah, hell of a thing. We broke our oath to defend the Alliance, so we can keep it. What happens if this doesn't work out, Shepard? We mutinied, stole a prototype warship. If they wanted to get technical, they could throw in kidnapping. We're a hell of an example of humanity's best and brightest, huh?
I keep reminding myself we're doing the right thing. They don't believe me yet.
Well, if I didn't think you were doing the right thing, I wouldn't be here. It'll really hit the fan when we get to Ilos. If things don't go well, I want you to know. Well,
this conversation's very quiet. I just turned my headset up too. Oh, why is he so close to me? Why is he so close to me?
You're still hesitating? After all we've been through together. What are you afraid of?
I don't know. I mean, the regs against fraternization seem kind of petty now. Taking a stolen ship to face a giant
Yeah, but this scene just got very, very quiet.
You're right. About everything. I think about losing you, and I can't stand it. And the galaxy will just keep going. Everything, even the Reapers, will come around again.
Oh, that's why he's close. Thanks, Wolfie. I just meant like it was very sudden.
This is what will never happen again. Us, Shepard. You make me feel human.
This is so awkward, though. Like, he's so close. It's not even a good camera angle, like, for, like, you know, for thematic reasons. Like, he's literally, like, he's breathing into my eyeball right now. I just... there's part of me who's like, I don't want to do this. This is so cheesy. But the other part of me is like, it's still not as awkward. Alright. We're gonna lean in We're gonna lean in, or are we just gonna kind of let it happen? Man, if there was a man standing this close to my face. Alright, I'll be neutral. Ew.
Is that an order, Commander?
Ew. Ew. Why is it weird? Why is that weird? Ugh.
Caden, you make me feel like I could take on the universe. And
It's
right now, I
so
kinda have to.
awkward.
This can't change anything, Shepard.
Wouldn't it depend on the man?
This is a good crew, the finest.
I don't
I've
even
served
know.
with. I don't want to mess it up.
Oh, sexy time. Sexy time. Oh, that's a butt. I was joking about sexy time. His chest is very boxy. I already have my clothes.
It's been a long time since I've met a woman who.
Bridge to Commander Shepard. We're 5 minutes out from the Mew relay.
I hate when I do that. I hate when I try to make a joke and I'm like, tee-hee, sexy time. And it was right. Alright,
You're a sweetheart, Caden.
Joker's
yeah, this
waiting
is
for
so
you on the
quiet.
bridge. I swear, though, if anything happens to
Plenty of time, right?
you, Shepard.
Paramore! Wow. Wow. I got achievement for doing sexy time. That was a butt. That was a pixelated slapping cheeks booty. Five minutes. That's all it took.
Commander? We've got company.
Have their sensors picked us up yet?
Stealth systems are engaged. Unless we get close enough for a visual, they won't have any idea we're here.
Picking up some strange readings.
Does he control the
Take us
spaceship
down,
with a
Joker.
mouse and keyboard?
Lock in on the coordinates.
Negative on that, Commander. The nearest landing
Sure,
zone's 2
baby.
clicks
Next
away.
end of the world.
We'll never make it in time on foot. Get us something close.
There is nowhere closer. I've looked.
Drop us in the Mako.
You need at least 100 meters of open terrain to pull off a drop like that. The most I can find near Saren is 20.
20 meters? We'll never get in close enough for a drop.
We have to try.
5 minutes in space is like 3 hours. It's actually the opposite. 5 minutes in space is like 45 seconds.
It's our only
Caden's like, that's still enough time.
It's not an option. It's a suicide run. We don't.
I can do it.
Joker?
I can do it.
Gear
He's
up
not
and
even
head down to the
typing on
Mako.
anything.
Joker, drop us right on top of that bastard.
But actually on top. Like, actually, like... but actually on top. That'd be so funny. Ah! I dropped my vape. Ew, bug goo.
You two, keep moving. Inside, now.
Drop it right on its face.
We have to get inside this bunker before Saren finds the conduit. There is no way we're getting past that door with brute force.
Saren found some way to open it. There must be some kind of security override.
I did
somewhere
too,
in this
Horseman.
complex.
I was
We
like,
will have to find
yes.
some way to
Do
get
it.
up and running again.
Oh, this music. your shield down. Put your shield down. Cheater. Cheater. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. Too slow again. Come on. What the heck? I don't know, the music's kind of a bop right now, right? One. It's two. Who are you shooting at? Oh, okay. Oh. I'm about to get zapped. What am I stuck on? Fucking shtick. Is anybody here for that? That's an old Pinxel deep cut. I don't even think I was Pinxel yet. All right, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous like Icarus. Oh, Tali's dead. Get up, Tali. Get up, Tali. Holy crap. Okay, that's one. Where's the other one? Here. Jeez. My guy. My guy. Oh my god, Tali's dead again. That's not like guns don't work that well. Oh my god, now Liara's dead. I'm about to be. Okay, guys, get up. Get up. Oh, there's one. There's two. All right. Guys, I have such a bad like habit of sitting cross-legged in my computer chair, and like it's really, really, really like bad on my knees. Where are you? The heck? Go. Oh, I should probably also check my weapons and stuff. Make sure they're max level. Saving. I'm bad at it also. Yeah, but it's like it's actually like doing damage to like the cartilage of my knees and stuff. Like it's like it actually is painful. Okay. Okay. That's nice. Okay, pistol. Heat sink. Damn. just don't have any. My Omni tool. It's fine. My amp. These are both fine. And my armor, I think, is also fine. Okay. Liara. Let's see. Alright, take that. Then take that. And ooh, take that one. Snipies. Not really sure how well she does with the snipers, but okay. Tali has like the bonus for pistols. Oh, she doesn't have any mods on her shotgun. Alright, her AR. Yeah, let's do that one. With some mods. Okay. Shotgun has mods, pistol has mods. Her sniper does not have mods, but we can give her a new one. Incendiary rounds, let's go. Cendric uses throwback synth sounds. Yeah, it's like that's what sometimes my brain goes faster than my mouth. It reminds me a lot of Tron. Okay. Sit up nice and straight. Just need the bikes. I mean, we've got like, what is it called? The stupid. The Mako. Or Mako, or Mako, or however it's pronounced. Let it recharge. Because I shot a hole 3 times. The light, yeah, the light cycles. Man, Tron was like way ahead of its time, let's be real. Can I go over there? Jammed. By Hoomst. By Hoomst. True for an 80s, it opened a lot of people's eyes. Yeah, I mean, like, but I had this conversation. Who did I have this conversation with the other day? Oh, yeah, no, I had this conversation with Brosif, because we didn't realize that Alien was quite as old as it is, you know, like, it came out in '79, and, It's one of those movies that I think everyone assumes is like an 80s movie, but it's technically not. And I said the same thing. I was like, you know, it's Star Wars came out in 77, Alien came out in 79. Like, it really, those two movies, I would say, like, really, really shaped what we know as like science fiction today. Like, especially blending like the science fiction and like the horror genre together, you know. An old Atari as a kid called Tron Deadly Discs. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Is there there's a Tron game that came out when Tron Legacy came out, right? Am I like misremembering? Like, isn't that, like, wasn't it on like Nintendo Wii or something? Team Death Frisbee. That's actually kind of funny. Okay, so is this? Oh, this is an elevator. Where does this go? It doesn't tell me. Love that. Okay, let's just go in the death elevator. Oh, Anonymous? If Anonymous is here, and you know who you are, thank you very much for the contribution towards the stream deck. I saw that today, and it was Anonymous, and I was like, why don't you want me to know who you is? I feel like there's nothing over here. Oh, this is above. This is above where I was just a minute ago. See? Okay, why? Just for this box? Okay, just for this box, I guess. Silly. Okay, so there's another door over here, I think. Yeah, over there. I kind of don't like these creepy throne dudes here. You know? This is very Destiny, this level.
This place still has power. It must be running off its own generator.
This must be the command center for the entire complex. Saren's troops must have sealed the doors from here after he went inside. We will have to figure out how to disengage the security lockdown if we ever want to get inside that bunker.
Oh. Will we now? I did too. I really liked Tron Legacy a lot. Oh, apparently I have my shotgun. That's what I selected for sure. Bro. Oh. Okay, well, okay, well, I'm not really sure what the fuck happened there, but he just annihilated all three of us, apparently. Alright, let me get an actual weapon that's not my shotgun. Yeah, my AR, I guess is fine. Yeah, that was also crazy bonkers that for some reason I just randomly had my shotgun out. Not too sure about that one there. But, you know. Go off, queen! Lift you. Warp you. Okay. Okay, he's down. back up. Why don't I have any abilities? Nobody has abilities. He's getting health back. Okay, well he's dead now. V for very heals. What? What?
Someone give me a hand.
Oh, come on. Where did he come from? Damn it. This was gonna take 500 years, isn't it? All right. Let's do this. Okay. Sabotage him. Okay. Go with that. Switch your weapon. Obi, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. God, these idiots keep stepping in front of me. Alright, so I just saw a big guy drop, which means he's probably gonna charge in. Yeah, what? How come they can shoot through rocks? Is that not a dude? Oh, it is. He's just a big dude. Alright. Can I lift him? There we go. Do that. Let's do that. Mark, I see you. How's it going, pal? Why does it keep saying loading? Like, why is it loading in between everything I'm doing? I feel like that's super sus. Alright, who's gonna charge? Yeah, knock that shit off. Okay. Why does it keep saying loading? Oh, shit. Lift him. Warp him. Overload. What are you trying to change your name to? I mean, you don't have to share, but like, Mark Wahlberg is just so classic. Oh my god, they just keep spawning. I think I need to push, and I can't. Mark, how's it going? How was your weekend? Do you celebrate Labor Day in Canada? I can't do this one for sure. I'm just gonna fail it. Keep failing, hurry up. Okay, try again. Ooh, use Omni Gel. There we go. Ah! No, thank you. Wait, you're friendly? That's sussy. Armature hacked. Oh my god, are you like my buddies? I think we do have friends. Get off. Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna waste all my stuff here. There we go. There we go. Nice. Okay. Look at our buddies. Okay, now where go? Friends! Yay! Wait, do I go above? That probably would have been helpful, like, during that fight in the beginning. J-A-C-K just made a weird noise, but apparently he's sleeping, making strange noises. Security portal.
Come, Saren already has a head start. We have to go find him before he reaches the conduit.
Unless he's already found it. Then we're just walking into a trap.
That is a chance.
That's what's happening.
Hold on. Something's happened.
Did he have a good Labor Day? He did. He did all his farm dog stuff in the morning. And then he napped all day.
Sounds like
Such
some
a hard
kind
life.
of message, but I don't recognize the language.
It is probably in Prothean. This recording must be 50,000 years old. No wonder we cannot understand it.
I understand it.
The message is all broken up, but I recognize some of the words. It's a warning against the Reaper invasion.
He's a working, yeah, he's a working dog.
Between the beacons
He goes
and the
outside
cipher,
and he checks
an
on all the
understanding
chickens
of the
and he checks
Prothean
on all the
language would have
rabbits
been
and
transferred into your mind.
does his business.
Not safe. Seek refuge inside the archives.
What's it saying? Can you make out
Yes,
anything
seek refuge
useful?
inside the archives.
Old Reapers.
Hold
The
Reapers.
Citadel. Overwhelmed. Only hope.
My vape is so far on the desk.
The conduit. All is lost.
It's not clear.
It said something about the conduit, but it's too degraded to help. We should go.
We have to go to...
Seek fluid intake
Keep
immediately.
go in the archives, it said. Oh, look at our little buddies over there. Look at our buddies. Alright. Alright, guys, watch our buddies. I'm gonna go piss, girl, okay? I'll be right back. All right. Let's go. All right, so they said to go to the archives. I'm not really sure where that is. Also, I have a marker on my map that I hate. Oh wait, it's still marked on my map. Oh, it's a loop. Okay. Excuse me. Back at kicking grass. Want to hear a story about kicking grass? When I was little and I played softball, I was, you know, I played a bunch of different positions, but sometimes I'd be in the outfield. Because, like, when you're little, it doesn't matter, like, what you're good at. You know? They have to, like, make it fair, and so they would, like, have people switch out positions and stuff like that. So, like, even though I was a pitcher and a catcher primarily, and a first base and third base, I played those 4 positions. They would, like, occasionally, like, put you in the outfield and shit like that. And whenever I was in the outfield, I would literally, like, sit on the ground and, like, pick flowers and, like, kick grass. And, like, I would do nothing because 8-year-old little girls are not hitting the softball into the outfield. Why am I sleepy? It's very early and I slept a lot this weekend. I even took a nap today too, which I shouldn't have done because then I'll be up all night. Okay, there's enemies in here. We took lots of naps. Be up all night. Where do I... Like, the map says there's enemies here still somewhere. Yeah, right there. Come on. Whoa. Where did all this come from? Oh shit! Holy shit! Knock that shit off. Where's the other ones? There. Saving the world. You played shortstop and you kicked anthills. They wanted to snuggle and nap. I mean, it's illegal. You can't move them. No. It is quite literally against the rules. I understand, Nikki. Sometimes it'd be like that with Jack, too. He'll just, like, cuddle up close to you and you're like, aw. I'll take a nap with you, buddy. Don't worry. Oh. Jack? Talking about you, not to you. Yeah, so you can't get up. Mm-hmm. This one's gonna be hard. Yeah. Damn it. This one's hard. Not really a lot of space to... Oh my god. Alright. Alright, alright, I heard you the first 17 times you beeped at me. Alright. So, usually... Usually enemies are a good sign, because usually it means you haven't been in this particular place. But like, this is a loop. Frogger doesn't look... Yeah, but the difference with Frogger is it doesn't move your frog every time you miss. Like, it doesn't reset your... Well, it does reset your frog, but you don't have to hold your frog in position to move him, is what I'm trying to say. You have to hold your... Like, you have to hold your position in that, like, spinning circle. Okay, I don't see anything up here. I don't see anything. Yeah, see, it says this is a point of interest. But I don't need... Return to your vehicle and follow Saren into the underground archives. Okay. So my vehicle should be this way, right? So this way? I actually don't know. No, this is not right. This is not right. Do we go down and across? Alright, I think the landing zone is across the plaza. It does kind of look Mayan, right? Mayan, but like space Mayans. Wait, it says my vehicle's like here. But I don't look, I doesn't look like I can get back. Like my vehicle's like right here. Like I'm right in front of it. But it doesn't look like I can get to it from here. Okay. Was it up? Let's go. Let's go up. Oh, come on, I can fit there. Why did you keep getting stuck on so much stuff on the ground? Just step over it, you know? Okay, this is still not right. The level design is wrecking me. It really, really is. This way? Yay! We steer where our gun points.
I have spent my life studying the Protheans, but I never dreamed
Or the ability to be able to jump.
like this. This bunker might have been the last refuge of their entire species.
Like imagine.
Just imagine what mysteries it might hold. Imagine what
How come my thing can jump, but I can't?
Remember why we're here. Saren, the conduit, the fate of the entire known galaxy.
I am sorry. I was swept up in the moment. I just hope.
What are all those things on the wall? Some kind of containers?
This
They
is
look
so
like
Halo
stasis
right now.
pods. The Protheans probably tried to keep themselves alive through cryogenic freezing. Something must have gone.
Oh, this is the main menu music now. This is the Halo, the last run in Halo with the Warthog. Holy shit. I'm glad it has a ridiculous failsafe that doesn't make sense at all. Am I gonna crash and die?
What is happening?
It's a trap! Saren must have set an ambush!
It's a trap!
I do not think Saren is behind this.
Oh shit, it really is a trap. Okay, well I guess we go in here. Yes, this is fine. Everything's fine. The Lunar Grav 5000. Honestly, when my little ship could do that, like, burst jump thing, I was like, this is how it's gonna save me. And then it didn't. And then it didn't.
I have studied the Protheans for decades, but I have never felt this sense of foreboding. What will we find down there?
Whatever we find, be cautious. If this were simply an automated trap, Saren would have triggered it as well.
Vigil.
You are not Prothean.
Nope.
But you are not machine either.
I am human.
This eventuality was one of many that was anticipated. This is why we sent our warning through the beacons.
Looks like some kind of VI program. Pretty badly damaged.
I do not sense the taint of indoctrination upon any of you. Unlike the other that passed recently. Perhaps there is still hope.
This is incredible. An actual Prothean VI, and I can understand it.
I have been monitoring your communications since you arrived at this facility. I have translated my output into a format you will comprehend. My name is Vigil. You are safe here for the moment, but that is likely to change. Soon, nowhere will be safe.
What are you?
Are you some kind of artificial intelligence program?
I am an advanced non-organic analysis system, with personality imprints from Kesad Aishan, Chief Overseer of the Ilos Research Facility.
What do you want?
Why did you bring me here?
You must break a cycle that has continued for millions of years. But to stop it, you must understand, or you will make the same mistakes we did. The Citadel is the heart of your civilization. And
trigonomic functions?
as
Holy
it was
smokes.
with us, and as it has been with every civilization that came before us. But the Citadel is a trap. The station is actually an enormous mass relay.
Oh, shit.
One that links to dark space, the empty void beyond the galaxy's horizon. When the Citadel relay is activated, the Reapers will pour through, and all you know will be destroyed.
Oh, shit.
How come nobody ever noticed the Citadel was an inactive mass relay?
The Reapers are careful to keep the greatest secrets of the Citadel hidden. That is why they created a species of seemingly benign organic caretakers. The Keepers maintain the station's most basic functions. They enable any species that discovers the Citadel to use it without fully understanding the technology. Reliance on the Keepers ensures no other species will ever discover the Citadel's true nature. Not until the relay is activated and the Reapers invade.
The spitters! The spitters are protecting! Did that have a lot of meaning for you? Yeah, so the Reapers are that other, like, intelligence that I discovered on the other planet that basically was like, hey, I'm gonna wipe out humankind, but it's, like, for the best. Lol. And the Reapers are the ones that are actually, like, brainwashing Saren. So yeah, the fact that the Citadel, which is, like, the big, huge, like, ship that, like, houses everybody and everything and, like, where everybody, like, passes through or whatever, is a relay to basically bring the Reapers. So yeah, that's what that meant.
The Reapers can wipe out the Council and the entire Citadel fleet in a single surprise attack.
See?
That was our fate. Our leaders were dead before we even realized we were under attack. The Reapers seized control of the Citadel and through it the mass relays. Communication
Raid!
and transportation across our
Hi
empire were
guys!
crippled.
Thank you so
Each
much.
star system was
Let me just listen to the rest of this cutscene so I can pause.
Easy prey for the
And we'll
Reaper
chat.
fleets. Over the next decades, the Reapers systematically obliterated our people. World by world, system by system, they methodically wiped us out.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So the Reapers, like, do this, like, to, like, systems at a time and stuff. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What did you get into? Hello. I can't even scroll up and say hello to all of the raiders because this game, like, locks my mouse. But hi, raiders. I'm so sorry I didn't get to call you out and say hello. Not call you out, but greet you when you came in. But how was your stream? Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. If you don't know me, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. If you need to raid and run, do post-stream care, eat, sleep, whatever, by all means, you can always head on out. But for everyone else, grab your blankie and your popcorn and sit back, because I have a little video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just, like, collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run, get the bees!
Oh my hot dogs! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much for the raid. You never need to apologize. But before you go, if you're still here, do you have a controller plugged in? And is one of the joysticks on your controller happen to be moving? Because that could be what's controlling your mouse. That happened to me the other day, and I thought it was very random. But thank you so much. All right, guys. For everybody just joining, This is my first playthrough of Mass Effect. And I believe we are very close to the end. This should be the last, like, big hurrah. The last, like, big map area, map section. So, yeah. I also apologize for the yawning. I'm an old lady. I'm an old lady. I'm not tired because I'm tired. I'm tired because I'm an old lady and I'm always tired.
The war was lost. If you'd surrendered, they might have let you live.
No offer of surrender was ever given. Our enemy had a single goal. The extinction
yeah, well, they're not
of
gonna...
all advanced organic life.
Well, I guess...
Through the Citadel, the Reapers
they're not gonna
had
give you the
access
chance
to all
to
our
surrender,
records,
so
maps,
it doesn't really
census
matter now,
data.
does it?
Information is power, and they knew everything about us. Their fleets advanced across every settled region of the galaxy. Some worlds were utterly destroyed. Others were conquered, their populations enslaved. These indoctrinated servants became sleeper agents under Reaper control. Taken in as refugees by other Protheans, they betrayed them to the machines. Within a few centuries, the Reapers had killed or enslaved every Prothean in the galaxy. They were relentless, brutal, and absolutely thorough.
Huh. I did.
I don't understand.
I got one
Where did the
on my
Reapers
way
go
back
after
from
they
getting
conquered
my
your people?
my nails
Our
done.
worlds were stripped bare, harvested by the indoctrinated slaves.
I'm super obsessed with them.
Everything of value, all resources, all technology was taken. Certain that all advanced organic life
they
had been
literally
extinguished,
leave.
The Reapers retreated back through the Citadel relay into dark space, sealing it behind them. All evidence of the Reaper invasion had been wiped away. Only their indoctrinated slaves were left behind, abandoned. Mindless husks, no longer capable of independent thought. The indoctrinated soon starved or died of exposure.
Wow.
The genocide of the Protheans was complete.
So okay, so the Reapers come, they indoctrinate or like brainwash people. They like completely wipe out all of their natural resources, and then like they leave these brainwashed people to basically just like wither away and like starve to death or like get like exposure to the elements or whatever. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up.
What do the Reapers get out of this? Why do they keep repeating this pattern of genocide over and over?
The Reapers are alien, unknowable. Perhaps they need slaves or resources. More likely they are driven by motives and goals organic beings cannot hope to comprehend. In the end, what does it matter? Your survival depends on stopping them, not in understanding them.
You said you brought me here for a reason. Tell me what I need to do.
The combat is the key. Before the Reapers attacked, we Protheans were on the cusp of unlocking the mysteries behind mass relay technology. Ilos was a top-secret facility. Here, researchers worked to create a small-scale version of a mass relay, one that linked directly to the Citadel, the hub of the relay network.
The conduit is not a weapon. It is a backdoor onto the Citadel.
What happened next?
We severed all communication with the outside, and our facility went dark. The personnel retreated underground into these archives. To conserve resources, everyone was put into cryogenic stasis. I was programmed to monitor the facility and wake the staff when the danger had passed. But the genocide of an entire species is a long, slow process. Years passed, decades, centuries. The Reapers persisted, and my energy reserves were dwindling.
So you hid?
You should have fought.
We were a few hundred against a galactic invasion fleet. Our only hope was to remain undetected. I began to disable the life support of non-essential personnel. First support staff, then security. One by one, their pods were shut down to conserve energy. Eventually, only the stasis pods of the top scientists remained active. Even these were in danger of failing when the Reapers finally retreated back through the Citadel relay.
There were hundreds of stasis pods out there. You just shut them down? You killed them?
Holy shit.
You were programmed to protect them, not kill them.
This outcome was not completely unforeseen. My actions were a result of contingency programming entered on my creation.
I bet they didn't tell the non-essential staff about this contingency.
I saved key personnel. When the Reapers retreated, the top researchers
That's
were
like
still
a weird...
alive. My actions are the only reason any hope remains.
How do I explain it?
When the researchers woke,
that's like a weird like fear of mine that's like so out there. Like it'll never happen. It'll never happen, but that's like some weird science fiction fear of mine.
A way to break the cycle forever. And they knew the Keepers were the key.
Like I've seen way too many movies, I've played way too many video games where people go into like cryogenic chambers, or they go into like stasis pods, or they go into some sort of pod where they go on some sort of mission or whatever, and like the whole pod just like fucks off. Like that's like some weird, absolutely irrational, like it'll never happen fear of mine. Like if the world is ending and Vault Tech like shows up at my door and they're like, we want to put you in a cryo chamber for the next 150 years because nuclear war is coming, I'd be like, I'll just take the nukes, thanks.
Aren't they under the influence of the Reapers?
The Keepers are controlled by the Citadel. Before each invasion, a signal is sent through the station compelling the Keepers to activate the Citadel relay. After decades of feverish study, the scientists discovered a way to alter this signal. Using the conduit, they gained access to the Citadel and made the modifications. This time, when Sovereign sent the signal to the Citadel, the Keepers
I'm trying my luck with soup, and that's what I'm saying. Like, no thank you.
Dark space.
No thank you. I'd rather die.
Saren can use the conduit to bypass all the Citadel's.
Wait, so did I? Okay, so
Correct.
Is me scanning the
inside,
Keepers like any benefit?
The station to Sovereign. Sovereign will override the Citadel systems and manually open the relay, and the cycle of extinction will begin again.
Help me! Help me! Help me!
Is there any way we can stop them?
There's a data
get out of
file
it! Get
in my
out of
console.
him!
Take a copy when you
Watch
go.
too many Vault Tech lore. Yeah,
when you
right.
reach the Citadel's master control unit, upload it to the
Too
station.
much lore.
It will corrupt the Citadel's security protocols and give you temporary control of the station. It might give you a chance against Sovereign.
Wait, where's the Citadel's master control unit? I've never heard of anything like that.
Through the conduit, follow Saren. He will lead you to your destination.
Okay, let's go.
Saren's got enough of a head start. Grab that data file and let's go.
Let's go.
Shepard, are you sure? Who knows how much longer Vigil will be here? Even now, the projection is weak. This might be our only chance to
You started watching it? Do you like it? Yaga and I watched it. Like we finished it. And... Okay. What else do you want to learn, though, Liara?
It might know something useful.
I will provide whatever information I can. My data banks, however, are limited to information directly related to stopping the Reaper invasion.
You think you're gonna give it a chance? I liked it. And I'm a huge Fallout fan, and I really liked it.
I've got the file. Come on.
The one you call Saren has not reached the conduit. Not yet. There is still hope if you hide.
Because I thought I was gonna do watch it. Yep. 2 a.m. is always the perfect time to start a TV show. There's only 8 episodes though, so it's not so bad. I really want to replay Fallout 4. But number one, I've played the game like so many times. Like I've literally played it like 4 times. Like completely through. Like 4 times.
All
it's like super overplayed right now because of the show. And I was thinking about doing it with crowd control, but like I just don't think I have enough not to like use this word ironically, but like I don't think I have enough of a crowd for crowd control to like have enough of an effect, if that makes sense. Okay, so where do I go now? Just follow him back? But yeah, I love Fallout 4. It's one of my absolute favorite games. I would love to replay it. Maybe I'll just play it off stream. Myself. Hope that's the way I was supposed to go, because that's the way I'm going. Where? What are you, like, what are you actually getting stuck on right now? It's in my list. I love Fallout 4. I played it a couple years ago on stream. That's the other thing. Like, not to be like that guy, but that has happened so much for me. Like, there are so many games that I played on stream years ago. Can you, like, I don't understand why reverse isn't actually reverse. But I played so many games on stream, and then like within like 2 or 3 years, they're like everybody and their mother is playing them. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I'm not a quitter. I'm not a quitter, but like eventually I have to accept that like this is not meant for me. But today is not that day, Aragorn. You stop. New Vegas? I have feelings about New Vegas. Everyone loved New Vegas, and I know we talk about this all the time. New Vegas's map is just so empty. It's so empty. Is this a circle? Am I going in a circle? You don't think Mass Effect? No, I didn't mean that. I meant streaming. I meant streaming. Like, again, like I said, like, oh, I play popular game before it becomes popular game, and like, I don't know. To live vicariously, thanks. I wanna play more first playthroughs, but they're so not time consuming is not the right word, but there's like just so much involved in them. Why did we stop?
We don't have time to admire the view.
Why stop?
We have to get through that relay, and these Geth aren't gonna make it easy on us.
We don't have time to admire the view, but we stopped. Why stop? Anyways, I would like to do more first playthroughs, but they're very in-depth and time-consuming and Oh, I'm not quitting. I love streaming. I really do love streaming, but like mentally, it would be so much better for my mental health if I could just like learn to be satisfied with like the fact that I will never grow more than like what I've already accomplished.
Abandon the Citadel! Evacuate the Council! Citadel Control! Citadel Control, do you copy?
The Weepers! Oh! Saren the Karen! Never say never. No, like, and I'm like, I always feel bad because whenever I have these conversations, I feel like people people take it personally, like I mean, like, oh, you guys aren't enough, but that's not what I mean. Like, I love what I do. I love doing this, and I'm not going to stop doing this. I just, you know, I've been doing it for 4 years. That was crazy. Were you actually supposed to be able to kill those things, or were you just supposed to book it? Because that was like 15 seconds.
Failures detected across all monitored systems. Please begin emergency evacuation.
Oh my god, that one dude's impaled. Exactly. That's on like, it'd be better for my own mental health if I could just like learn to be happy with that. Okay. So, lady. Oh. Oh. That was the dude who I was like, look, he's impaled.
The Presidium is experiencing severe system malfunctions across the entire level. All non-emergency personnel must evacuate immediately.
Log off. Goodbye.
Come on. We need to stop Saren before it's too late.
Please begin emergency evacuation procedure.
This is not a drill.
Critical failures detected across all monitored systems. Please begin emergency evacuation.
Is this it? Is this it? Is this the final hurrah? Guys, I made a mistake. I started my supermarket sim over again because like there was like all these updates and stuff, and I was like, I just want to start fresh. And now I'm so poor. It's the claw.
The Citadel's closing. They're sealing the station.
Don't let the enemy ships inside the arms.
What are you pointing at? Oh, that's a big ship. That's a big ship. Oh. You probably should have moved long before that. He's gonna touch the tip. Oh no, he got in the tip. Oh no. Oh no. Is that is that for landing? Is that? It's like a hand. Touch it. Touch it. Why is it so, like, creepy? Don't worry, me and my gal pals are coming to save the day.
We're going outside.
What is this? I'ma throw up. No gravity. Is he just gonna... He's just gonna tappity tap? There's gotta be a... I was gonna say there's gotta be a faster way to get over there, but I guess not. Come here. Come here. Put your shield away, you bish. Woo! I got shot at! that didn't do anything? Was I too far? Alright, guys. Let's go. Let us leaf. Let us leaf. Lifties. Warpies. Hackies. Yay! You did it. Good job, team. Good job, team. We're in space. Would you guys rather go to space or the deep, deep, deep of the ocean? Stick your head out. Can I pick none? No, you have to pick one or the other. Space all day, right? Right? Like, do you know how much of the Earth's oceans are still like unexplored and shit? Bro! Chill! Bro came charging. Can I come back? Yes. Espache? I'm scared of the ocean. Me too. I don't like swimming in bodies of water that I can't see my feet. So specifically, like, the only ocean that I've ever actually swam in was in the Bahamas, where it's crystal clear. At least I might see something in space before I die. I feel like, okay, so if I saw a Martian, right? And he's just you know, little green dude with a big head and you know, the eyes, you know, the cartoony alien, I'd be like, word, cool. But what if it was the fucking alien? Or what if it wasn't even the full-blown alien? What if it was just little face huggers? V for very heels. The alien black thing? Yeah, that's from Alien. It's just gonna be a worse pandemic. Alright, hear me out. What if it was face huggers, but they specifically stole your baby eyes? It's not gonna be cinematic. The face huggers are worse than the alien itself. I don't know, man. The xenomorph is fucking terrifying. I actually, I talked about it earlier on stream. I actually almost thought about, oh, maybe I'll play Alien Isolation for Halloween or whatever. But, actually, fuck that. Movie trilogy? The aliens eating the baby eyes. Why? Why would you bring... Listen, baby eyes never left. Baby eyes never left. Have way more greater will to live. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be crawling through the vents with a flamethrower and shit. Espache and baby eyes have a contract. I'm just saying that we don't know anything about the ocean, and we don't know anything about Espache either. I should be doing this with a sniper. Yeah, see, I'm too far now. Over there. Don't step in front of me, just go over there. Holy shit. This is crazy. Yes, it's a contract to appear in every Pink stream, exactly. Every game takes place in Spache, even if it doesn't take place in Spache. Red Dead Redemption in space. V for Berry Heels. Bro. Bro. Am I supposed to be like running or... There's so many. So many. They're just coming. They just keep coming. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay, get out. Get out. Get out. Do you guys know what that specific reference is from? Get out! Maybe I'm just a bull, but I like my gravity and air and not in a tank. Yeah, how dare you? How dare you want oxygen like the natural way? Total Recall? Well, that's not what I'm doing it from. It's not an obscure reference, but like I'm sure people are just not putting it together that that's... If it helps at all, the character who says it is blue. Get out! No, it's not Megamind. Woo! I can't see anything. Bruh. 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 Get out! And then he says things not in English after. Where's this? Where? Ah. I see you. Okay, so I probably have to redo this whole thing. Okay, I'm here. I feel like if you're not getting it by what I've given you, it's either it's too obscure of a reference, or like I'm not doing it good enough. It's specifically, it is Nightcrawler from X2 when Storm and Jean go to get him and bring him to the X Mansion, and he's like bouncing around, he's trying to fuck with them. And he's like, get out! Get out! I thought of Beast when you said blue. Yeah. Go into Espache, you'll be fine. It's been a while since I watched the first X-Men. This is specifically X2, though. But yeah, it's the Nightcrawler scene. I wish I could remember what he says in German, but I can't. Yeah, the original saga. I watched Dark Phoenix very, very recently and was disappointed yet again. Like, I had forgotten how disappointing it was or something. The Arnold voice? Yeah. I mean, yes and no, but it's just the German. Oh, fuck! Okay, I don't know what to do with these, like, grenade launchers. They have shields on them. This is annoying. This is so annoying. Okay. Push in a little bit. Come on. Overload, lift. There we go. Do they float away helplessly? Oh man, that'd be pretty smart if that was actually a thing. Dude, back up. Espache! Unless you count Deadpool, and that barely counts. I mean, no, it doesn't really count as an X-Men movie, but I guess it doesn't. I mean, it's a Fox. I don't know. All right, let's try. All right, so these things right there. Oh, sure, Liara. I literally can't see with this bitch in the way. I don't think that does anything. It was Tali who needed better armor, and I did get some for her, yeah. Okay, I don't think these take damage. I don't think they take damage. No, I'm breaking the shields. See, they have like the shields that pop up. Alright, I'm just gonna keep slowly until at least till one of them breaks. I don't think it's doing anything. I really don't. I don't think it's doing anything. I really don't. Alright, let me do that. Alright, everyone shield. Alright, everyone shield. Let's run in here real quick. And get down here. No, go this way. What are you doing? What are you doing? I swear to God, game. Any other time, it'll put me up against the wall, and then now I'm actually trying to take cover, and it won't put me against the wall. Alright, yeah, see, I don't think it does anything to them. Other than breaking their shields. But why would they have shields if you can't damage them? Yeah, I don't think it's taking any damage. I don't see any more dudes either. Oh, there's one right there. Can you? No, we won't aim now. Apparently. What is the? What is the deal? Like, why? I'm behind cover and she won't aim. Unless I get out of the cover, which defeats the whole point. Right. That's kind of funny, honestly. Going to space! Goodbye! Enjoy your flight! Alright, where's the other dude? Yeah, these are not taking damage. No! Fuck! That's so fucking dumb. Wow. Just fuck me, I guess. Come on, stick out. Dude. Dude. I'm so annoyed right now. I'm so annoyed right now. This is so dumb. Like, it's just gotta be weaving in and out of these areas here. See, the problem is that these idiots, like, stand in front of me every opportunity. Get in here. Okay, switch to your this. I have to pee again, but I'm in the middle of, like, not a very good peeing spot. Yep, and now she's standing in my fucking way. Alright, I'm gonna go pee because this is fucking can't fucking stand when games do this. Game developers, do not make your NPCs stand in front of and body block your player characters. This happened to me in BioShock. this is happening to me in this game, don't fucking do it. If your fucking NPCs have hitboxes, then their AI needs to know to get the fuck out of my fucking way. Go, actually, you know what? Go in there and die. Hi, Gra! Hi, Darkness. Hi, Phoenix. Hi, Randy. Welcome in. How's it going? I'm raging out so bad because my characters keep standing in front of me in the final fight. And I've died about 4 times by being body blocked by my fucking companions. Darkness, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Is my girl DJ in here? She was in here. She's doing schoolwork though, so she's kind of in and out. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. I'm just gonna get shot because honestly, they're just gonna stand in front of me anyway. Let's see if she can kill this one dude. Let's see. Wow. Wow. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for being here. If you do not know me, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want. Today, it is my first playthrough of Mass Effect. We are almost done, and I am getting very ragey right now because my companions are very stupid. But I hope you have your comfy blankie and your popcorn ready because I've got a little video that I like to show when we get a raid to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. Gra, I hope you get to see it. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy and I'll see you in a minute. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Run to get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Not the bees. I know. What kind of a power was that in BioShock? The bees, man. The bees. Horseman, thank you so much for the hydrate. All right, I have to uncross my legs. I didn't realize it was the currency. It's always worth it. All right. Let's try this for the 12th time. See if all my bitches stand in front of me again. Why is this guy still standing? Okay. Follow because Sailor Moon, thank you. Yes, we have a lot. Oof, we have a lot of Sailor Moon. Without being like super obvious. You know, like I used to have like my sub badges used to be like the lockets and stuff, but everybody has them. Are you alive? What is your deal? Okay, well, that was rude. Do mortars? I'm trying. I'm not gonna be able to finish this shit tonight. My favorite is Saturn. No, I won't, because I haven't gotten... I keep dying in the same spot because these fucking idiots just stand in front of me. Over there. Go over there. Go over... If I start to run over here and one of you stands in front of me, I'm fucking alt F4ing this shit. Yes, I can't see anything because of this light. Now nobody can have them as their favorite. Yep, that's how it works. I'm dead, I'm dead. Oop, nope, okay. Holly, what are you shooting at? I know you're not shooting at those turrets that don't die. As soon as I stick my head up, you're gonna shoot at me. I know you are. Yep. Alright, so I think there's two guys in this opening or whatever it is here. Put a shield up, you bitch. Okay. No. No, get down. There you go. There, maybe? I do this spot a couple times because it gets spicy. I'm not even having trouble with the spiciness. It's these fucking idiot girls who stand in front of me when I'm trying to like get out of hot spots. Yeah, there's no way. Because there's 4 shooting at you right here. There's no way. There's no way. Oh my god, any other time she'll take cover when she ever so slightly walks up next to something. But no, not when I'm literally shoving my entire body against something. Jesus. Where? Where is he? Oh, it does take damage, but you have to be way close to it. What? Because I was sniping them and they were not taking damage. going to push over there, I think. Okay. Go! Go, dummy! Okay. It's fine, too. Takes a lot of hits. Yeah, but I was sniping them and they were not, like, they weren't taking anything. Like, a health bar or nothing came up. They, like, I think if it's too far, because I'm pretty sure that was enough. No, I was doing the sniper before. See, like, if there's no health bar, I was sniping the shit out of them from the entryway earlier. Why can't... Mm-hmm. Boys, go to Jupiter to get more stupider. Girls go to Mars to drive fancy cars. Yeah, but like some of them were like, I am hitting this thing several times here. Jeez, how many shots was that? Okay, I get it, guys. I get it. I'm stupid. I get it. I get it. I get it. I'm stupid. I get it. I get it. I understand. We don't need to keep saying it. I also did sit there in the entryway sniping these things for about 20 minutes, but, you know. Went to Jupiter? I did. Apparently I did. Could never, yeah. When I was shooting them at the beginning, they would not destroy. Like, unless, is there like, also, I feel like I'm yelling because there's a lot of stuff going on, like with the shooting and the music and stuff. There may have been a threshold. Like, some games do that where, like, you actually have to cross a threshold to start doing damage to things. No, we won't. Okay, we don't go down there, apparently. Okay, that's a little tiny jump. We can go on the little tiny baby jump. Okay. I see. Pressure mo- I don't know what that means. See your arrow, but they don't see you. Oh, the big bitey space worm. Yeah, it's, you got auto-modded. You got auto-modded. Twitch was like, hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. on mine. No, you're good. You can do mod view from phone now, which I find very strange. Okay, Rogan Warlord, can you not? Woo! Back up. Back up. Back. If I have to do this whole thing again, I'm gonna scream. Alright, I need a fucking minute. Oh, so the game is punishing me for Ashley killing Rex? Oh, I understand. I understand. That seems fair. If I do not finish this by 12 o'clock, I'm turning it off. Because this is an Elden Ring and I'm not doing the same section 700 times. And I've already done it like 12. Go over there or something. Go over there. Good night, DJ. My Labor Day was just about as invigorating as this. See ya, DJ. DJ, don't forget Wednesday is our raid train event for my stream team, so if you happen to be around, I would appreciate it. This has to be a joke. Like, this can't be real. Can you go somewhere? No, you're just gonna, you're literally just gonna stand here. Go over there. Go over there. Go over there. Thank you. Jesus Christ. I don't even know if I want to at this point. gonna do this now with like every single one shooting on me. Or tally. What do you two do? Like, what do you do? That's not what I clicked. Rob Schneider's voice. You can do it. You can do it. What is that for? That's Waterboy, right? Some different mods. I just did that not too long ago. It's just the end of the game, the last, like the rush at the end of the game, and the game is just punishing me. Yeah, but like the first one is Waterboy, right? Can't see anything with this lens flare. What are you shooting at over there? Just sidestep it. How did that happen? Like, what? Like, I don't have anything else. Like, I don't have anything else. Look at that. That sucks. Destroy it. Yeah, there's no mods on that one. Having a massive effect. Lol. It's just suffering from the wonderful late 2000s, you know, like, oh, I'm just gonna make the last level like just ridiculously full of enemies because the rest of the difficulty of the rest of the game has been like kind of mid. Just to watch Pink suffer? Yes, that's why anybody is here. That is why anybody comes to watch this. Yes. Alright, so you should get a better pistol. How goes the struggle? I'm struggling. I'm in the last final, like, push, and I've died a dozen times from just my idiot companions standing in front of me, or somebody, an enemy got behind me for some reason, or I don't know. First playthrough was rough for you, too? You guys are just being nice. It's okay. The worst part about the Krogans is they get their armor back. Holy shit, holy shit. Back up. These dumb red guys, though, like, just get their armor back. I think he's... No, he's not good. Okay. Bro. What? What am I supposed to do? Look at... My companion is in fucking side of me. Like, this is... Like, I'm standing here, dude. Literally stand somewhere else. Not during a battle, right? Like, this is just, it's so stupid. The AI on these companions is so stupid. Because you're crammed together in a maze? I mean, I would agree, but like, you didn't need to stand inside of me. Like, you could have stood next to me or behind me. Like, bitch got all inside of me. It's on me now. No. No. Bro. Keep your cool. You're fine. And by fine, I mean not at all. How many hits does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? 500? I think the answer is 500. This is invigorating gameplay that you guys come here for, I know. No, leave Tali there so she can't stand in front of me. In fact, if Liara can go like there, that'd be great. She's just tanking him. All right, Queen, go off. A few more people inside. I don't want any more. There's too many. Well, this one's not even firing at me, so that's cool. Let me help you. Proceeds to break the third dimension and phase through you to provide support. It's just... And then the funny thing is I'm like, all right, here, like, I'll manually tell you where to stand. And then the two of them just stand there and don't do any damage to anything. And it's just like, what do you do? What is the point of you? Okay, here's the guy. Says there's a guy like here-ish. Get out. This way. Stick your head out. Alright, fine. Can I do this? Oh no, that would have been so good if I could have grabbed him from above. Hello. Where? I sit here, I give you the illusion that you have help. Exactly. They're like, yeah, no, we're here, right? That's what you wanted? All right. For commentary purposes? I don't even know if I would call it that. I would say they exist to cause me pain and suffering. What? What? Like, why can't I use my weapons? Right, and there's two dudes over here, it says. What are you shooting at? What are you shooting at? I don't see them yet. Come here, put your head up. No, don't do that. Shooting at the destroyed cannons. Destroy my existence. It's just sloppy shooting. Oh, I'm getting sloppy. Alright, can I save here? Alright. That's at least one positive. We have 40 minutes to finish this. Alright. So this is this way. This way. Access hatch open. Oh, okay. Where'd my helmet go? Oh, because I'm not in spot tray anymore? You're doing great, girls. You're doing great. Maybe eventually you'll actually hit them. I kind of don't like this gun, honestly. I know it says it does more damage, but I feel like it's like slower. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Stop putting shields down. Bitch ass house. Yeah, see, I have to go slower to actually, like, hit these guys. Alright, I'm being dumb. Get out of here. Sounds like a space water gun. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Wait, am I getting stuck on, like, grass? Like, blades of grass? Am I not hitting him? Because of his grass? Oh, I got him. Just took 700,000 bullets. Normal amount of bullets. Tali's walking in front of me again. I have to itch my nose. Come here, sir. Kiara's walking in front of me. My God. Bitches! Please! I beg! I beg you to please stop standing in front of me! Bitches! What did you do with the council? I hung up on them? I hung up on them? It's got a little Scooter Magruder.
Make it in time, Shepard.
I'm here now.
In time for what?
The final confrontation. I think we both expected it would.
Should we kill them all? Yes.
You've
Kill
lost.
everyone.
You know that, don't you? In a few minutes, Sovereign will have full control of all the Citadel systems. The relay will open. The Reapers will return.
I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve.
You survived our encounter on Vermeer, but I've changed since
you ran away.
Proved Sovereign has upgraded me.
You let Sovereign implant you?
An evil play? I can't do it.
Don't understand, Shepard. There is
I can't do it. Like, I really can't do it. I can do a couple evil things, but a full evil playthrough just makes me feel really bad.
Recognizes your value. You've impressed it. Surrender to the Reapers, and you will be spared. Join us, and we can find a place for you.
Sovereign's controlling you through your implants. Don't you see that?
The relationship is symbiotic.
Surrender your baby peepers!
A union of flesh.
That's right.
The strengths of both, the weaknesses of neither. I am a vision of the future, Shepard.
Complain. Well.
All organic life. This is our destiny. Join Sovereign and experience a true rebirth.
Wait, hold on. I fully maxed out my, I fully maxed out both of those speech trees. How come I can't do either of these? Or are these like the Paragon and the other ones? I'm not high enough. Got it. Got it.
No more stalling, Saren. Let's finish this.
Oh, okay, where?
Enemy sighted.
Oh. Oh, zappered.
I've lost shields.
Guess I can't. Shields are down. Oh. How come I can't? Oh, there we go. I was like, how come I can't use anything? Where'd he go? What? He's getting his health back. Oh, does he have bitches? Oh, he's got bitches. Well, son of a...
I've lost shields.
You don't say.
Someone give me
Bro. Alright. Alright. God, both my girls are dead.
out there now.
So it doesn't seem that like any of these do anything to him. He keeps getting his health back. Oh, my face is just...
Shields disabled.
There's no way. There's no way I can do this. I don't have enough health packs or anything. I'm already down to 3. Where the fuck even is he? I don't... Like, this is just ridiculous. Ugh, God, why does my face itch so bad? I feel like this is a waste. I feel like it doesn't do anything. Last, I'm down to 1 health pack. Like, not even denting his shield. Not even making a dent in his shield. Does that do anything? Does hitting his thingy thing do anything?
Shield disabled.
I can't focus on these other guys. Last stealth pack. Perfect timing, girl. I feel like that wouldn't have happened that way. I feel like that wouldn't have actually happened like that.
Quickly, before it's too late.
Before what's too late? Hooray? Question mark? Hooray? Yeah, hooray. Hooray! We saved the world.
Vigil's data file worked. I've got control of all systems.
Quick, open the station's arms. Maybe the fleet can take Sovereign down before he regains control of the station.
See if you can open a communications
Yeah,
channel.
that was sarcasm.
The Destiny Ascension. Main drives offline. Kinetic barriers down 40%. The Council is on board. I repeat, the Council is on board.
Normandy to the Citadel. Normandy to the Citadel. Please tell me that's you, Commander.
I'm here, Joker.
We caught that distress call, Commander. I'm sitting here in the Endura sector with the entire Arcturus fleet. We can save the Ascension. Just unlock the relays around.
Hangs up on everyone. I have hung up on the council.
Are you sure about this,
like 3
Shepard?
times, I think.
Human casualties will be very high if you send your fleet in now.
This is bigger than humanity. Sovereign is a threat to every organic species in the galaxy.
True. That's why you can't waste reinforcements trying to save the Council. You must hold them back until the Citadel arms open up and the human fleet can go after Sovereign.
What's the order, Commander? Come in now to save the Ascension, or hold back?
I don't know. There are no wrong answers, yet apparently getting Rex killed was the worst thing that I could have ever possibly done in the history of ever, and I'm going to hell and I deserve to die, so...
Wait until those arms open, Joker. We need all our ships focusing on Sovereign, even if it means sacrificing the Council.
A sacrifice for the greater good. I only pray it is not made in vain.
All Alliance ships, hold formation. Wait for a shot at Sovereign. Nothing else matters. I repeat, nothing else matters.
RIP, everybody.
It's the Alliance. Open a comm channel. This is the Ascension. We're taking heavy damage. Guardian defenses are over. Kinetic barriers are offline.
Commander, they closed the channel.
You killed Rex too on stream. I didn't because that was like your third playthrough.
Make sure
I don't.
he's dead.
She just fucking shot him. I was still talking to him. Okay, Tali, you have a knife on your foot and you haven't used it once. Mood.
He's dead.
Can you get out of cover, please? What? Why can't this bitch do anything? No, I don't have any health packs. Come on. Don't be summoning bitches. Get out of cover? How come she can't fucking do anything? Liara! Why can't you do anything? Where the fuck is he? Oh, Jesus Christ. That piece of shit. No, that one. You can't do anything. Why can't you do anything? Oh my god, I can't fucking fire anything right now. "27 hours to let your weapons cool down." I'm dead. I'm dead. Does this give me health? It doesn't give me health. Amazing. I love that. That would be too OP. Why is like nobody's targeting him. Oh, please. Please, I beg. No. Yeah, I don't think this is the answer. Let's see what this guy does. He's such a happy boy. He's feeling froggy. He needs to knock it off.
Sovereign's too strong. We have to pull back. Negative. This is our only chance. Take that monster down no matter what the cost.
Seth Green. I'm like not making a dent in him. At your squad. I don't even think I have any left. Oh no, I have 5. I don't remember how. Yeah, that's it. I was like, how do you even use them? I think that was like that weird anti-personnel bomb that they made me do that one time. Oh no, I thought I changed that after. It's poisoned now. I'm not doing a single thing to him right now. Like, I'm not even doing anything. I'm not doing anything to him. Oh, maybe it is a little teeny bit at a time, I guess. Bitch! Jeez. You are annoying. Do you know that you're annoying? Because if you didn't know that, you're fucking annoying, dude. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Spiderman. Spiderman is annoying like a Spiderman.
Stop! Stop it!
Where'd he go? Bro, just get shot one more time, please. Bro. That was very annoying. Oh, that was very annoying. Alright.
Its shields are down. Now's our chance.
Hit it with everything we got.
Heather with everything we got. All the nukes and the poops.
Hard on my flank. We're going in.
Woo-woo. Oh no. Deborah. Deborah's gonna hit me. Oh no, Deborah.
Go!
Oh no, Deborah. Do I have to? Okay, not yet. Poor Deborah. No, we got hit with Deborah. The debris hit us. The Deborah hit us. Oh, wow.
Captain Anderson, we found them. They're in here.
Take it easy. It's over. You're safe now. Where's
Deborah loves us. Yes, Deborah protected us. They're gonna find my dead body at the end. Or they're not gonna find my dead body, they're just gonna find my body. It's gonna be like, but wait! But wait! What if she's there? I did not, Wolfie. Can I have my dress now? I literally saved the whole universe. Yeah, I had them focus on the Sovereign.
We got your message, Ambassador. What's all this about?
No need to
So
get
you're a
worked up,
spacist?
Captain. I'd like to end
No,
this
I had them
meeting with
focus
all
on the
my teeth
Sovereign.
Still in place.
You should thank me for what I did.
I made a choice.
If the Normandy was still grounded, we'd all be dead right now.
I understand, Captain. You did what you had to do. That's
I
not
sacrificed
why you're
everybody
here.
equally.
We need to talk about
I
what
think that makes me the
happened to
opposite of a
Council.
spacist.
Commander Shepard did the right thing. We had to hold our fleet back to go after Sovereign. It was the only way.
I agree, but this also presents us with an opportunity. The Citadel fleets were decimated in the attack. Their losses have made the Alliance stronger. They can't rebuild without us. We need to take the lead in forming a new council, one with a human chairman at its head.
This wasn't some plan for the Alliance to seize power. Forcing the other races to accept our leadership is going to cause problems.
The other species are scared. They've never faced anything like this before. They don't know what to do. They want us to step forward. They believe in us because of you, Shepard. You saved the galaxy from Sovereign. You're a symbol of everything good about humanity. Our courage, our strength.
The ambassador's right. The other races look up to us now. They won't just accept our leadership. They'll welcome it.
Given everything you've done, Commander, the Alliance will want to know who you think our Council Chairman should be.
We're about to go to war. We need someone with military experience. Someone like Captain Anderson.
You make a good case. Captain, are you ready for this?
I don't know if any of us are ready for this, but I'll do what I can. So what happens now?
We quit wasting time. No, now the real work begins.
The Reapers are still out there.
It's a good thing I didn't rig those slot machines. Man, I won like 120 units or some bullshit when I was gambling. Wasn't worth it.
Shepard's right. We're headed for war with the Reapers. If we lose, it's the end of all life as we know it.
Look at me walking away like a fucking hero.
What it takes to survive. With the support of the other races, we can win this battle. With them behind us, we can stand against the Reapers' return and drive them back into dark space.
Saving, please wait. Where am I standing? Am I just standing in space? Spache! We didn't even get my dress! I didn't even get my fucking hooker dress for saving the universe. Bullshit. Zero out of 10, didn't get a hooker dress. Oh, there's words. 0 out of 10, didn't get a hooker dress. I cannot recommend this game to my friends. I don't get to dress like a hooker. It's giving The Night Begins to Shine. Look at these names. Sheridan Routley. Heck of a job. Thanks, Dave. It's all for nothing, though, because I didn't even get a dress. Matthew Rhodes, isn't that, what's her name's husband? Also, never again. So many games. There are so many games that I play on stream, and I'm like, yay! I never have to play that ever again! Guys, always, 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 always play your end credits. Give the developers and the people who worked on it what they're supposed to. Coded player. I'm doing the Lord's work. I did it! I did it! Now we can get to the good stuff. The good stuff. John Wetmiller. End of game reaction. I didn't get a fucking hooker dress. Guillaume Bourbonniere. Bourbonniere. Rondoudou. 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 Does 2 or 3 have side butt though? Listen, I had sexy times against my... No, because that sounds bad. I had surprise sexy times, and I was not ready for it. Right, a Drapion is an ogre scorpion Pokemon. They have it on back order? I hope so. Surprise sexy time? Disinterested segs. Yeah, that's pretty much how that happened. Like, he was this close to my face, and he was like talking to me. And he was like this. And then I was like, hello? Okay, Ashley is dead. Ashley is dead. Fine, since I guess we may die. Well, like, I thought it was just gonna be like, oh, here, I'll give you a little kissy kiss because, like, we're going on an adventure and we might die. And then it was like, side butt. No. I think Rachel meant who did I let die. I didn't save Ashley because she shot Rex. Like, she just fucking shot Rex. So, I killed her. It was not a difficult choice whatsoever. This is very loud. Yeah, you can prevent that, but I didn't have the charisma. I didn't have the charisma at the time. Yeah, she shot him and he died. Yeah, she shoots him, and then as he's laying dead on the ground, she shoots his dead body 3 more times. It was really fucked up. Yeah, I didn't have enough charisma. Yeah. Yeah, I clipped it. Like, and, like, you can even see that, like, I was in the middle of a conversation, and, like, the choice that I had was, like, calm down, we can talk through this. And, like, so I literally was like, hey, like, we can work through this, we don't have to fight, and Ashley just, like, shot him in the back. Different things happen, yeah. Alright, good. We've got an ad in about 1 minute and 15 seconds, so hopefully the credits will go, because we're over time. Lead audio designer. Andre Arsenal. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. In the back, right? I wouldn't even, like, I don't even know. That was just, it was so crazy. Eli Roggenbuck. He's actually the strongest. I didn't even use him either. I used to-tali and Liara the whole game pretty much. And poor Tali didn't get armor until last night's stream. Alright, we are back. I don't remember taking Caden on a single mission where I had a choice. Yeah, since the first mission where you have to have like him and Ashley, yeah. I took Garrus as soon as I got Garrus, but as soon as I got Tali, Tali's been in my team ever since. And then I liked Liara, so. Holy long credits. Finally, credits. The only non-boring human is Jack. Well, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Wait, why are we doing this again? We already did the voices. Like, why are we doing this again? Like, they ran out of music now. The credits are so long, they ran out of music. Guillaume Capitan. Guillaume Uzouf. All right, like... Okay. Okay. I tried to be respectful, but, like, that got crazy. That got crazy. Alright, exit to launcher. Alright. Yeah, they're coming for your jobs, yeah. Alright, did everyone leave during the credits? Probably. Yeah, we lost a couple people. We lost about 5 people through the credits. Let's see who we can raid. When do you stream next? Yaga and I will be streaming on Wednesday. Yaga and I will be playing our New Game Plus. We'll be starting our New Game Plus of Elden Ring. Also, yes, guys, we have to chat about Wednesday. Wednesday is the first event of my stream team that I'm on, the Firekeepers. So from 10 p.m. my time till the end of my stream, which is at 12, we will be participating in a raid train. So basically, they start tomorrow morning, and we're going through all 56 of us that are on the team one at a time. So at 10 p.m. I will be getting a raid from the person who has the block before me, and then from 10 to 12 we hang out. We're gonna play Elden Ring. There's gonna be lots of Souls Elden Ring people in chat, and then at 12 when my stream ends, we raid the next person in line. So yeah, so be prepared, be aware. If you are here tomorrow, please be super welcoming and chatty and wonderful to the raiders when they come in, because yeah, this is the first event that I'm doing for my stream team, so I'm really excited. I thought raid trains like that were against TOS. They are if you're doing it with the intention to boost viewership. We are doing it like as a team building, like getting to know each other for a stream team. Like there's no requirements, like it's not like you have to have this, you have to have that. It's just a passing through each of our stream team members. I believe if it's to boost viewership, it is against TOS. So, okay, let's see who we can raid. I think I know who I want to raid. I think I want to raid Gigi. I think we're gonna raid our pal Gigi. She's playing Dragon Age Inquisition. So yeah, let's go hang out with our pal Gigi. Yeah, so I will see you guys on Wednesday for that. That's exciting stuff. All right. So Wednesday will be Elden Ring, and then Friday we should be starting Friday we should be starting Mass Effect 2. Oh my god, I just added quote giant geyser. I'm a fucking idiot. Anyways, I'm gonna fix that. Giant geyser. What a beautiful quote. All right, guys, go give Gigi some love. I will see you on Wednesday for some Elden Ring. Yeah. Talk to you guys later. We did it. We finished the game. We finished the game. Wow.